Hi. So, we're going to continue my fix of the, well, hopefully fix of the 2026 fireworks show in Minecraft. But first, I'm running a little late working on something for my story, so I figure we'll see a really awesome fireworks show. And the really? I could understand if there was a tree there. You know, that's funny because, I don't think he says this in the movie. I think he only says it in
Fireworks
Dreamlight Valley.
will begin shortly. All players not at an attraction will be teleported to Cinderella's castle. The fireworks show will begin very soon. Make sure you have a good view of Cinderella's castle.
Tramp says something about, no fences around trees. This is a dream. And, every single one of the ones at Disneyland seem to be having fences around them. Okay. I'm not at a stopping point. Hug. I'm not at a stopping point, but, yeah, because the thing is that, I messed up and accidentally deleted chapter 17, so I'm working on it again. And chapter 17 was when I was still putting Angel in the storyline as Ashley's mode of transportation. Well, the problem with that is, you know what? Why don't we go on a ride? The problem with that is that, she would probably unalive her horse with that many times running to, running the hour-long drive to, to town all the time. Well, if you're on a motorcycle and you speed a little, I don't recommend speeding at all, but, if you are, then, you can go fast enough to get there before your best friend, or, maybe get there, at the same time as your best friend. Anyway, I went the wrong way. I'm sure of it. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. Well, I did, but I didn't.
Jungle Cruise will begin shortly.
Anyway, it's easier for the motorcycle to take her. So I'm having to do that too.
Please slide all the way forward. We get paid for the amount of people we take out, not the number we bring back. And we're off. Like my sense of comedic timing. Welcome to the world-famous Jungle Cruise, everyone. My name is Clayton, and I'll be your skipper for as far as we get. We begin our adventure deep in the rainforest where it rains 365 days a year. You know, that's almost every day. The Amazon carries 4 times as much water as any other river. A lot of it comes from waterfalls like this one. If you all enjoy your Jungle Cruise today, we recommend renting a canoe for your own adventure. They won't rent to me anymore. Not since the incident. Oh, look! It's a giant python. Do you know how I could tell that's a python and not a boa? No feathers. We're now entering banana country, so keep your eyes peeled because we might need to split. Now we're on the Nile River of Africa, the longest river in the world, winding across more than 4,000 miles. But don't worry, I know a shortcut. Up here on the left. I can't believe it. It looks like an African bull elephant. You could tell by its large sloping forehead, enormous ears, and huge tusks. This animal is extremely rare. We are very lucky to be able to see one. I guarantee that you are not going to see another one of these. Never mind. Here it is. The Great African Veldt, home to a huge array of wildlife. It looks like those lions are settling down to their favorite treat, zebra on the rocks. And as usual, they're sharing their dinner with pride. Oh boy! Right over here you'll see, absolutely nothing! You will not see a skipper and his crew being chased by a rhino. If nobody sees it, nobody has to do the paperwork. Over here is Ginger. Careful. Ginger snaps. She's one tough cookie. Behold, Schweitzer Falls, named after the famous explorer and founder of the Jungle Navigation Company, Dr. Albert Falls. We'll go over that later. Hey, I'm happy to announce that we are now offering half-off cruises to the Hippo Pool. Why, just last week, they sank 6 boats. But don't worry, folks, only 5 were mine. This one belonged to Skipper Felix. I wonder what happened to the front half of Felix's boat. Oh, just as I thought. Washed ashore only to be taken over by a family of chimpanzees. I hate it when I'm right. Looks like one of the chimps has taken the mic. Let's listen in. That's great. I'm going to have to remember that one. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for. The amazing, the colossal, the stupendous, the 8th wonder of the world, the backside of water.
No.
There's no telling what we'll find in here. So, you keep your eyes open. I'm going to keep mine closed.
Oh.
Do we still have everybody? If you're not here, raise your hand.
Me.
Hey, look what we found. The secret bathing pool of the Indian elephant. It's okay to stare. They have their trunks on. I think the big one has been in the shower too long. Look at all those wrinkles. Elephants are really mischievous creatures. Sometimes they like to spray our boats as we go by. Uh-oh. He's coming back up. Don't do it. Don't do it! Phew! That was close.
Okay. I'm going to pretend I'm at a stopping point.
Now what's a Jungle Cruise without a Jungle Cruise souvenir? Here we have the official gift shop. You may be asking yourself, why does it say lost and found? Well, I'll tell you. Lost are treasures left behind by the adventurers before you. Found are amazing deals at rock-bottom prices. This has been the world-famous Jungle Cruise. I hope you enjoyed the trip today. If you did, my name is Clayton. If you didn't, my name is Felix.
Oh, okay, we're off the ride. So, if you're just getting on now, hold on. Yeah, we have a first-time chatter. Not sure how to say their name. It's Leeeliaa. And I've been chatting with them a little bit. So the thing was that we're on here real quick to let me change my story a little bit. I'm editing one of my books, and did I just get lost? No, this is the way we came in. Okay. I don't know Disney World as much as I know Disneyland, and I mean, literally, I get lost every single time and have to use the... No, not that. The map. Oh, there we go. You know, like, I feel like, you know, because of Disneyland Adventures and being there 4 times, I feel like I could totally and utterly go into Disneyland, and except for in Star Wars Land and when trying to get on Tiana's Bayou Adventure, I think I could be, you know, basically tour guide Barbie. Anyway, I was editing one of my books because, I accidentally deleted chapter 17 from the audio version, and, you know, got to put it back in because otherwise the story won't make sense. Or it'll make sense, but it won't make enough sense, you know, kind of thing. Anyway, and I'm you know, in the process of changing it from her going to town on the horse, since it takes an hour to drive there if you drive the speed limit. I figured that Angel would be unalived by the time that she was done teaching Sean his little lesson, so yeah. Okay, so we are going to go... I don't know why it shows Steve, because I am not Steve underneath that outfit. I am Alex. And I get a kick out of that every single time because they say Alex isn't in the game. And it's like, Alex was in the game. Because Alex was in the game in 2014. And I know this because that's what my character is I guess I'm going to have to take these trees here, at least the ones around the dispensers. I'm going to have to take these trees out. Which kind of sucks, because the idea was that it's a mountain road, it's got trees around it, you know, it's in a forest kind of thing. And I don't know why they took out Alex, because Alex was like the only girl character, and I like playing as girls, yeah. Because I am one. Well, I'm older than being a girl, but, you know. Anyway, I'm female. So I like playing as a female character. And, you know, just so everybody knows, my character on Dreamlight Valley was wearing glasses way before I was. Because I knew I needed glasses, but we couldn't afford it, so... So anyway, she had glasses long before I did. But that made me get used to the idea of glasses a lot sooner. So what we're trying to do here is I went and took my old file of my story world and made it into a fireworks display, and it's going to look really cool when it's done and actually works. There is a spot. Alright, so there is a spot way over there somewhere where it's, you know, these light up and there's no reason for it. We're trying to make sure that the, oh, that's fine, never mind. Okay, we're trying to make sure that the redstone dust is not touching the redstone at all. And I don't know if we're going to succeed, but hopefully. Wait a minute. This is 1, 2, 3. Oh. Okay. Now we want this. Ooh, you draw, huh? I try to draw and it always looks really dumb or blocky. So, I mean, I can build a good country scene. But other than that, it usually looks kind of dumb or blocky. Oh, I get it. Okay. Okay, come on. My screen keeps going black, so I'm trying to find, there he goes. Trying to find something to play silently in the background, and, finally did. So, just so everybody knows, the gardener is working out there today, and oh, cool. They say that they've gone to school for drawing, so I'm guessing that they're really good at it. Oh, okay. So like it'll be lit up like this, but this one's lit up like this on purpose. But see that being lit up over here, that goes and makes the redstone light up and causes, I mean, not the redstone, but the repeaters light up and it causes big problems, and you will probably see that sometime today. It's quite annoying. Wait, why am I saying it's quite annoying like I'm British or something? So not. Um Nothing wrong with British people, seriously. There's nothing wrong with them. I like if somebody's got a British accent or like just about any kind of accent, like Texas accent, I uh I pretty much like oh, what's his name? Mr. Sarnsky's accent. I think that's the reason why I keep watching him. Sometimes he drives me nuts because he's saying like, um, he'll say something like, "Oh God," and it's like, excuse me, I'm a Christian. I don't like when people say it like that, but I don't want to say something because he might think that I'm getting upset because he's like not saying it the way that we would say it in America. English is his second or third language, so um, I don't want him to give him a complex about it. Oh no, I don't practice. I do not practice drawing at all. Um, like I'll draw when I feel like it, and I can draw a really good building and like give it a country feel and everything, and it looks great. But you try to get me to draw people, and they pretty much and they're better than stick figures, but not by much. I'm just not good at drawing. What I like to do is write my books. So, one of these days, we're going to have. See, I had 5. I was at the 5. So, it must be the next one. No, this is 4 again. I am so confused. And then 4 again. What? What was I thinking? Well, it'll do. Oh, was I going the other direction, maybe? Anyway, it goes in here to go down there for some reason. I have no idea why. And then, I think because if I went and brought it into here and then tried to do this, that it was going to cause problems. Anyway, this all goes off by that trigger right there. I mean, lever. Ah. So I don't draw well, and I use AI pictures for things where I need pictures, or I was using my Minecraft art. That's what I'm, like if I go and I'm walking around my world and I take a picture. Um, anyway, like if I go over here and I'm taking a picture and it's, like that tent, that is Brandon's tent, although I may change the color, because now we have pale oak. I may change the color, because brown is not his color, but we don't have a green wood or a blue wood. I mean, no, we have blue wood. We don't have a green wood. Ooh, I could make that warped. Ooh, just thought of that. Okay, anyway, so if I'm like sitting here taking a picture like this, people don't like Minecraft art for some reason. It looks really nice though. If you go out, supposedly if you go out so far, yeah, right here, there is an island. So, I shouldn't do that too much because I have gotten lost on my own world several times and I always get all panicky about it. No, actually, it looked really good. um, I can't share the pictures on the chat here, but it looked really good for what I wanted. It actually looks like real people doing a real thing in this case. I don't want to use the ones in Windows Paint too much. They've got a new I think it's new anyway. A new AI picture feature, and it looks great, but most of it all looks Japanese anime. And I'm sorry, there's nothing against Japanese anime, but I can't use it. And I thought maybe it was like the setting that I used, but no. I went and changed the setting a little bit and okay, let me double check that. Yes, okay. See, I'm having to take out very specific trees and it's bugging me because I like trees. I don't like climbing them, but I like trees. Oh, okay. This is all good. Yeah, this is all good. Yeah, okay. I thought I saw it closer. And it wasn't, so. Yeah, I had this program, I think it was called Jalisco, and, you could do whatever AI picture you wanted to do, and it looked a lot better, but it also has a lot of glitches because, like, people would have 3 feet and, like 3 feet, 4 hands, or 6 6 daggers in, like three in one hand and 3 in the other hand. Okay. So, what the heck was I going to say? I don't know. I do that a lot. Like I'm actively talking about something and then something distracts me, like my cat comes over and sits in my lap or something. Speaking of that, my cat Sam turned 11 today. It's crazy. We've had him for 10 years. I know you're saying he just turned 11. What are you talking about, 10 years? We got him when he was about 1 year old. He's a black cat and he is the funniest because he's taught himself enough English that, we say hi, he says hello, and he's been known to say nuh-uh and a handful of other words in English. He's just the funniest cat. But since he's 11, that means he's that much closer to 12. And then if he's 12, and then when he's 12, he's going to be that much closer to 13. And we haven't had a cat live past 13 yet. So, I'm a little nervous. I think Ben's going to do, Ben and Sam are going to break the mold on that one and they're going to make sure that they stick around for Mama. Of course, the problem is that if Ben goes, then I've got the 2 that fight all the time. Sam's always chasing Bobby up the cat tree like she belongs there or something. Yeah. Okay. This probably comes from watching Dr. Quinn too much. I'll tell him as soon as he comes down. He's up there with his daddy. My husband had the day off today because it's it's Memorial Day. So I think Memorial Day is the day when we go and have a special day to remember all those people who fought for our country and ended up giving up their lives so we could still be alive and sit around and play video games and work and farm crops and all that fun stuff. Farm crops? I don't know if that makes sense, but you know what I mean. I mean, it's called Farming Simulator, and that's part of what you do is crops. So I'm going to assume farm crops is actually an okay sentence. And you might be thinking, you write books all day. Why don't you sound better? And, it's just because, I can write it better than I can say it. Anybody who's been around my channel for a very long time can tell you that, I go and try to read my story out loud so it sounds really good and really exciting and all that, and it's got all the right ways to say stuff, and it sounds horrible because I'm like going yeah. But then I went and tried to go and make the headset hear the story, and that didn't work either. So I don't know what we're going to do about that. I'll probably have to wait until the gardener's done and then try to make another TikTok video. I don't really like TikTok. Because I don't understand it. It's not that I don't like it. It's just I don't understand it. I don't really understand Discord either. I can get by, but it's like, why make everything all complicated? Okay, that would be that, and that would be that. Then take that out, and ta-da! I don't know, ta-da just sounded like a good thing to say. Well, the thing is that I'm building my story. I'm building my story world. The world from my books. You'll hear me call it my story because, 95% of it, maybe not 95% of it, but, 80% of it is still yet to be published. But they are on Amazon in hardback, paperback, and ebook. And Amazon, my books ship everywhere that Amazon ships to. They're good for free shipping. And if you live in a different country, like say Germany or Australia or something like, or Japan or something like that, you don't have to worry about going to your bank, converting your money to American money and then buying the book. Amazon does that for you as far as I know. So, it was just a thing that I was thinking about the other day, and that's why I started saying that. I've got 7 books on Amazon, and you don't have to worry about, money conversions or anything like that, because I'm 99% sure that Amazon does it for you. So, but the American prices are, for hardback, Pirate's Daughter, $26. Misfortune, $26. Hard Times, $26. Esperanza's Party, $24. The Island, $25. Lessons in Love, $27. Unfortunately, my one and only children's book so far, Coral, part of the Adopted series, is not available in hardback at this time because it wasn't enough pages. I wanted it to be 24 pages like this, like the storybook tapes that I remember when I was a kid. When I was a kid, wanted it to be that size, and so that's what it ended up being. And it's a cute little story. And it's got real pictures that I took and everything, and It doesn't look exactly the way that I wanted it to, but now it's kind of appropriate because Coral passed away in 2025. So, yeah, so last year. Anyway, for paperback, all of my books are $20 except for Coral, because Coral is a lovely $6. I've noticed at most retail stores that they start out at $9.99 and go from there, which I thought was ridiculous because it's a children's book. What if I wanted to buy a book for my niece? I don't even remember how old she is right now, but they live in California. And I live in Nevada. So, if I wanted to go and buy a book for my niece, I'm not that rich. I would like to be able to buy a nice cheap book, but still get, entertainment value out of it because, I'd make sure it was something she's interested in. I think her big thing is Barbies right now. You got a point there. Okay. For ebooks, Pirate's Daughter, $3.05, Misfortune, $5, Hard Times, $5, Esperanza's Party, $3.05, The Island, $5, Lessons to Live, $5, and Adopted Coral, and it's part of the Adopted series, is $2.99. And she just had, I'm assuming it's a she, pink letters and all that. Anyway, was suggesting that I take a picture of my books and put that on there. And I like that idea. I'm going to have to do that after stream, of course, but yeah. It might be better than just having a copy of a ship. It's not the ship. In fact, the ship that I have on there right now looks more like a I don't know, like a Viking or a Chinese or something. It doesn't look right. It's basically, there's a movie called The Pirate Movie, and it is on YouTube right now. But you gotta find the correct one because there's one where it's all blurry and you're not gonna enjoy watching the movie. And then there's the other one where it's not all blurry. So if you find that one, it's on the free to watch, and just look for the one that's not blurry, because I don't know why they even bothered to put that on there. The blurry one, it's no fun to watch. And then you're like, if you think you need glasses and you don't have them yet, you're like, okay, is it my eyes or is it the video? So I recruited my husband to look at it. He needs glasses too, but that's not the point here. He looked at it and he was like, yeah, that's blurry. I'm like, okay. So then it was like, let's just put it in the DVD. But I can't put it in the DVD and, I can't have it playing the DVD and play my game at the same time. And actually, I'm not playing the game right now. I am building. All of the scenes that you see in the background, the trees, the lake, and all that. If it doesn't have anything to do with fireworks, all of that is part of my story. They quite often go to the lake. Hold on, Okay, so they quite often go to the lake. And we're done with these, so I don't have to worry about it. Put these in yesterday so I could see something. Can't remember what. So anyway, quite often they go to the lake. They park their vehicle. Oh, the parking lot's not here yet. On this one, I think it is on the other copy. On the other file. The other file's even better because it's got the cliff near the mansion and everything. It's awesome. And it's got the high school built. So, they'll park their car like right here, and then this is campsite. I think this one's campsite 18, and over here's campsite 23, and those are the ones that they go to the most often. But you got to stop and pay the money to the guy first, and yeah, so one of these days I'm probably going to put put barrier blocks here, and then see, you can't see anything, and put a villager in here. But I have to go make sure that he can't get out. There you go. He definitely can't get out. Maybe 2. Yeah. See? You're none the wiser. If you didn't know that was there. Oh, I've got a handful of total favorites of books that I've written. Esperanza's Party, The Island, Lessons in Love, Test in Love, Caught, Solitary, and then I think right after that is Sweet Revenge. Those are like my absolute favorites. Right now I'm turning them into audio stories so I can, so I can listen to them all the time if I want to. And it's actually really, really cool because I'm not doing it like Harry Potter. Jim Dale is saying the narrator parts, and he's saying, if Hermione needs to say something, it's, "Hi, Hagrid," with the girl voice. Well, but sometimes he messes up, and it's supposed to be the Harry voice, and it's Ron's voice that he's using, or it's supposed to be Ron's voice, and he accidentally used the Harry one. And I think there was one in there where one of the characters sounded way like Hagrid, so I'm trying to make it not be like that. The girl voices sound like girl voices, and the guy voices sound like guy voices, and I try to make it to where everybody has their own voice, but there's not enough voices that actually speak English with any kind of making sense. So I end up I try to use the Hispanic sounding voice one time, and she could not say he. She's saying something like he's cute, but the way she said he wasn't right at all. So it just sounded really bad. Oh, 'cause like I was thinking that Melanie maybe came from, like a South America kind of country. And so I changed her name to Letitia, and then I found out somewhere in there that her name was still Melanie in one of the pieces, and I decided I don't like Letitia. That just doesn't sound right. So I'm gonna one of these days go and change her back to Melanie, and give her an American sounding voice. Just be the problem is that all these people have American voices in my head, and then when I'm writing it, it's like, well, yeah, but they came from a South American kind of area, so they should probably sound South American. Oh, I just moved that over and I didn't need to. Oh well. Um, because there's nothing wrong with the South American accent. It's just that that particular voice from Speechlo can't speak English to save her life. So, it got really annoying. I was having to change everything, just about everything she said. Oh, I was just gonna go and line them up in front of my TV and take a picture. See, I know somebody who's very interested in books. She likes to bend them backwards, but or at least she did when she was younger. One of my sister-in-laws, she loves books, but she said that she didn't really want to, she doesn't know anything about them, so she didn't want to buy them. So what I'm gonna end up doing, probably what I'm gonna end up doing, 'cause in a few days, Tuesday through Friday, they're supposed to be having the electricity off for 8 hours, and I don't see how they can do that because we've got kids in this area. I was going to say in this complex, but that makes it sound like they're apartments, and they probably were at one point in time. But now they're condos. Anyway, they're like, townhouse apartments, but, we've got kids. We've got a little girl next door that's about 1 year old. How can they do that? They shouldn't be allowed to turn off the electricity for that long. I could see like 4 out, maybe 4 hours. But, like they're going to turn off the electricity for like the whole building. We hope it's just the whole building and not the whole area. But over the next I was going to say over the next few days. No. Today I'm going to go and make the rest of the videos for the week and probably not stream tomorrow or the next day. I mean, tomorrow is Tuesday, so I probably won't be streaming tomorrow or Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday until after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And that's if they bother to turn back on time. It was something about replacing fuse boxes. So I hope that doesn't mean that they have to come in the house. I hope they meant that they were having to replace the meters outside. But my father-in-law was replacing meters for the electric company. He was doing that for a little while until all of a sudden his stupid GPS that he was supposed to be using got him stuck out on a dirt road somewhere, and he crashed into a rock. Sounds a lot worse than it was, apparently. Okay, now gotta take this tree out. I don't like taking the trees out. I really don't. I like the trees. The trees are supposed to be here, but they're no fun for shooting off fireworks. Which I cannot wait until 4th of July because I record them. I record the real fireworks every year. Not that these aren't real, Mojang and Microsoft. These are definitely real. There's just, you don't have to go anywhere to get to these. You can be sitting there. You could have your cell phone in your hand while you're, oh, that's, okay. Anyway, you could have your phone in your hand while you're in the bathroom and still be watching my fireworks, Which, if you are, that is so cool. But, yeah, it'll, dang it. Okay, gray. Would you stop? Thank you. Oh. Yeah, I was just thinking about that though. I had one of my books up there, and I wasn't getting very many followers. And then all of a sudden, I switched to the pirate ship, and it was like, oh, that's awesome, But okay. Oh, so I was saying about the pirate movie. It's supposed to look roughly like that ship, but with like elements of the ship from Pirates of the Caribbean, the first one, where she gets locked in that she gets locked in the room by the soldier, and she's trying to warn him, and he's not listening because she's a girl, kind of thing. And and he's going, oh, he knows all about that, and a little birdie told him, totally making fun of her. Okay. Anyway, totally making fun of her. And then but anyway, it's like a combination between those two ships and maybe the Columbia from Disneyland, something like that. But you can see it in my Minecraft builds. Not from this year. The ones from like 2024 and 2023, 2022. Yeah. I think my pirate ships and those kind of builds. I mean, it's the same build. You will notice I've been building the same build for ever. But it gets better every single time I build it. Sometimes, because I have to add the word sometimes, because right now I've got a build where my latest version of this build is not town is not coming out the way I wanted it to. The bar is way too small. It's supposed to be a big open space, and it's way too small. I didn't know what else to put there. Maybe a flower shop. Yeah, I just thought of that. Maybe a flower shop. Anyway, but that's the only thing that really didn't come out right so far as the bar. But like I said, maybe I will go and change it a little bit, and because there's supposed to be a whole entire store behind that. There's supposed to be a liquor store. So, like, there's the bar where you sit there and drink it, and then there's a liquor store behind that. And the only reason why we have a liquor store is because my husband said that drinking whiskey and rum and stuff like that is a piratey thing to do. I was going to have every single one of my pirates be clean and sober no matter what, And then my husband's like, it's a piratey thing to do. So I'm like, fine. That's exactly how he said it too. A piratey thing to do. Oh, I didn't know I could add emotes and stuff though. See, I barely know how to use this new technology stuff. I thought I was doing good way back when it was like the predecessor to the program before PowerPoint came out. I don't even know what it was called, but you could like make a storyboard, and it had some preset pictures. Like Windows. I want to say like Windows Paint. Where it's got like it's got some preset pictures in it, or no, it PowerPoint. Well, whatever it is. Anyway, it's got presets in there. So, like, you put in Pirate Girl, and you come up with, you used to come up with the picture that I like to use in my books. And if I need to pay anybody to use that, I would, be very interested in finding out who and how much. But if you look up Pirate Girl, it's not there anymore, so I don't know if like I need to pay an individual or if it's just free game or what, Nobody's complained so far. Let me put it that way. But yeah. I just know that it was a thing in Windows, and then I took the picture and made not made it my own, but I took the picture and put it in my book as, you know, as a representative pirate, and I really like it. So, of course, now I can go and, if I want to, I can use AI to make all sorts of neat pictures, but some of them just, they don't look right. Because, like, maybe they're dressed in a little less than what they're supposed to be dressed in, or I put in the words sexy black shirt, showing midriff or something like that, and it has bows on it. Well, the problem is I can't afford. Okay, so she's offering art help, and the problem is that I can't afford art help, which is why I'm using the AI at this time. And a whole lot of people, I'm not trying to put anybody down, but a whole lot of people are, that doing that, like graffiti tag art, and it looks good for what it is, but it's not what I need. What I need is, like pictures of my pirates, pictures of a specific scene in my book. Like the one that I know the best, and you that have been watching my channel forever are probably going to be very annoyed at this, but the scene where Hayden has just gotten done with the party at Shatana's. We don't talk about Shatana's on this channel. We could talk about it on GTA channel. I mean, the GTA... Yeah, it's the same it's all the same channel, but it's the GTA section. We could talk about it on there, but we can't talk about it on here because there could be little kids watching this. But anyway, I'm very sensitive to that. There could be kids watching this. And some teenagers that are not ready to hear about what you do at Shatana's, but anyway, he just got done with that. He had a really good night with his girlfriend, and then he's got to go home because he's got to work the next day. Well, I don't see how you're supposed to work the next day when you've been drinking and you're going to be hungover in the morning, but, that's the situation I made. Well, problem is that on his way home, he goes, he goes out the door and to the right, down to the corner, and he sees this limo over there, and he's like, he's thinking he doesn't want to, go where the limo is, because, it could be good, it could be bad, you never know. And so at the corner, instead of crossing the street and then going, he he just turns right. Well, then all of a sudden he's he turns a little bit, he sees there's people getting out of that limo. He gets halfway down he gets a little further down the street, and he notices those people got guns, and then he starts running, so halfway between the halfway point and the corner, he gets pinned to the sidewalk to where his face is facing the street. Well, the limo has turned around by then. He gets tossed in there. He starts to yell for help. Some guy slams him in the face with the gun, knocks him out. And that's very specific. And it's in fictional France. I so I like the name La Rochelle, but that's a real actual place in France, and I don't know if they want to be associated with my books, you know? So I'm using it fictionally, but, I don't want to get them upset at me. So, I might change it to, but it looks like it says Batu. It really does. I might change it to the word for ship in French. But like I said, the word looks like it says Batu, and that is a Star Wars place. And if if it's the same word, shame on you, Disneyland, because or shame on you, Disney, because it just means ship. That would be like that would be like oh there is some place or some book or something. I can't remember what the situation was. But anyway, it says like Azul. Okay, so sorry, I was trying to explain why I have no money. I don't want to bring that up on stream again, But I do find it funny that, it looked like I was going to get the job at Office Depot one time, and as soon as I said, no, they're not children's books, he's like, nope. He was like smiling and everything, that I write books. And then all of a sudden, he assumed that they were children's books, like Esperanza's Party was about Esperanza having a tea party or something like that, And no, I write novels. So I think if I go in for an Office Depot interview, I will take one of my favorites with me because I have all my books on paperback. I'll take all my books. I mean, not all my books with me, but I'll take enough of them that, I'll probably only take one, but I'll take enough of them that it'll be like, oh, okay, that's what you write. And that way there's no confusion. Or like, like it wasn't really true that I don't write children's books, but mostly I don't. I only wrote the book about my cat because I thought she's so cute. There's got to be a book about her. And then I was thinking, well, that's not really fair to Ben and Sam. We need to write a book about them too. And then Bobby came along, and she used to be my sister's cat, and I'm pretty sure that she was not entirely happy there. Because she'd always get yelled at for being a cat. She's a cat, but she's getting yelled at for being a cat. Sorry, Steph, but that's the truth. She started giving herself a bath. That's what cats do. But she does it. But she used to do it so loud and so much. But I think that maybe that was like a coping mechanism or something. I don't know. But also their younger dog, Ariel. Anyway, she would go and try to jump on Bobby's head all the time, so that had to be stressful too. And you don't think about the emotional state of your pets, but I mean, most people don't think about the emotional state of their pets, but once you start thinking about it, it's like, yeah, okay, that made sense why she was a little snotty sometimes. Um, I feel bad for them though, because they're like, I didn't think I was going to, but I miss Bobby, Not making fun, by the way. So not making fun. And when we go to visit family, because it's somebody's birthday, or loved ones in the hospital, I miss my babies like crazy, because that's what I call them. I call them my babies. They're not babies. They are so not babies. Our youngest cat is actually 8 or so. She's about 8 years old. And then Sam just turned 11, and Ben turned 13 this year. 13 is the dreaded number in our house. We haven't had a cat live past 13 yet. They told me I need to brush Ben's teeth, but we never did that before, so he's, giving me, he's getting upset about it. He's like, keep that thing out of my mouth. So yeah, we haven't done it, and we need to. I know we do, but haven't done it, and we did it once, but yeah, we pretty much haven't done it, and ugh. So, you're probably wondering how I knew exactly where to go for that firework, and you do this as much as I have, and you'll understand the color palette just as well as I do. Well, hopefully you will. I don't want to make any guarantees. Yeah, I try not to go, this is definitely going to work. Because what if it doesn't? Like, I could sit here and guarantee you that this is going to go off exactly the way it's supposed to go, every single time. And I would probably be not telling the truth. I am being totally serious. I don't make money with my books very often, so, yeah, basically, when I make money is when I've got some kind of money coming in and I buy a book, which is really cool because then I get some of it back by buying my book, so. Okay. Anyway, it's really awesome when I do get money, though. So, that usually goes into buying the next book and the next book and the next book, Okay, wait, what's this? Okay. And since I don't make that much, I don't have to pay taxes yet. So, sounded like my husband was growling at somebody. Okay, wait. Yeah. Oh, that's not gonna work. Okay, this is supposed to be going away. There must be something attaching it to. There must be more. No, there isn't. I was gonna say there must be more this, but branching out this way. So far, I haven't found anything. And I'm sorry if I'm talking really, really loud. Oi. I get frustrated and then, it just starts, I get loud and I try not to. Doesn't always work. So, I am sorry. I noticed I got loud and, trying to be, totally chill and just, tell you about what's going on and stuff. Oh, so I went and started the daunting task. Oh my goodness. It's gonna take forever. Or at least it's going to feel like it's going to take forever. So I accidentally deleted chapter 17, so I'm doing it over again, and it's at least 7 pages, I think. So, that's going to be, that's going to be the thing that I try to finish over this week. Because, like I said, they're going to turn off the electricity from 7 to 4. So I'm only going to be able to work on it after 4 o'clock. And it's going to be very annoying. And I might have to go and pack up my kitty cats and we go hang out at the pet store or something. don't know, hang out at the pet store, see if there's geese at the park, something. I mean, the park's only, about a mile away. It's not too bad. Oh, wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, that should have made sense. Oh well. That should have totally made sense. So I was being a little bit ridiculous saying that, I may not be able to pay anybody for art help until 2040, 2050, 2060, something. Because right now it doesn't look great, but I'm gonna keep trying. I didn't think that anybody was gonna watch my videos. I thought I'd throw them out there and see what happens. And for the longest time, I had a bunch of zeros. And then all of a sudden, people started watching it. And I've got 555, maybe even more now, subscribers on YouTube. And then I've got, it keeps going up to 53 or... Oh, it went up to 55 the other day. So like it'll go up to 55 and then it'll go back down to 51 and whatever on followers for Twitch, but at least I have that. And I had 110. And seriously, I think Twitch viewers are going to be like, well, Twitch viewers and YouTube might be wanting to kick my butt later this week because I wanted to go on the Xbox and make videos for everything that I should have been streaming for the week because of the fact that they're going to turn off the electricity sometime during the rest of the week. So we don't know if they're turning off the whole entire building or if they're just turning off certain sections, because it's 4 different buildings as far as I know. It's 4 different buildings and they're all condos, and anyway, they're supposed to be replacing fuse boxes, and I don't know what that means exactly, but it sounds like it might be a good thing. And it would be really funny if somebody at corporate office for the HOA was like, oh, she's been complaining about the electricity not being that great, we got to fix that so they don't move out. I think that would be really awesome if that's what triggered that, but I'm not too hopeful that that is what actually triggered it. I have been sneezing a lot. I don't usually sneeze. Okay, so I do have summertime allergies. Well, I think they're supposed to be summertime. I get them at a different time of year than everybody else. So it's possible that it is actually hay fever, but what if I actually have some other kind of allergy and it was misdiagnosed? But I know that we have hay fever in the family and we got asthma and, So, yeah, I try to convince all of you that, books make great Christmas presents. They get people off the devices. For Coral's book, it wouldn't get your kid off the device very long, but maybe they'll read it the one time and then they'll be like, I want to read that again, On the other hand, they might be like me, where, I like listening to stories. Nowadays more than I like actually reading them. So, you know what? I just messed up. That's okay. We'll fix it. Oh, okay. Never mind. I mean, I messed up, but, I was thinking that... Wait, yeah. That... Oh, okay. That goes here. And we're gonna have to get creative on that other road. I'll show you that other road eventually. I should be on until 11 today. But then I really gotta get off because I need, like I said, I need to make sure that that chapter gets redone. Okay, so my computer sometimes likes to make extras of certain files, and they're always the audio ones, and I went and deleted it, deleted the extra. Well, it deleted the whole dang thing, so 17 isn't a thing anymore, and I have to go and redo it, but it seems like it's going to go faster this time, because I've gotten kind of into a rhythm, and the only thing that's going to stop it from going fast is that I have to go and rethink the parts with Angel, the horse, and make it the motorcycle. I kind of want to name the motorcycle Sean, and that be her black motorcycle at the time, and then have that be her black motorcycle, and then later she gets a hot pink one, which makes sense because when she's the biker ninja, which makes a lot more sense on a motorcycle, being a biker ninja, that makes sense. The biker ninja's from like chapter 3 or 4, but I'm working on 1745 because apparently I forgot to save it as an audio file. And 47 or 48, something like that. I think 47. Yeah, so I'm going to be working on 17 first, and then 45, and then, go back to the one that I'm supposed to be working on, 47. So, it's going to be interesting, to say the least. But hopefully it'll get done pretty fast, and there won't be any headaches where I want to throw my computer across the room. And it's a desktop. I can't even lift it, so I don't see that happening. But, I could throw the mouse across the room, but I'm not going to do that. It's a dang good mouse. I wasn't one of those kids. Okay, like back in the Nintendo days, the original Nintendo, I was not a throw the controller across the room kid. My brother, he was throw the controller across the room because it couldn't be his skills. It had to be the controller. Yeah. I mean, they were odd shape anyway. They were square. Well, they were rectangle actually. So I made sure one year that we got a Nintendo controller Christmas ornaments for me, my sister, and my brother. And I think my sister had to go and take it to my brother because she was going that way, and I wasn't. I so wasn't, and I didn't want to send it in the mail because it could have gotten broken. You know, that would have been that would have been, you know, like a manila envelope. You know, when those bubble vanilla and manila bubble manila envelopes. Yeah, I mean, it would have been okay. It would have been the ornament wrapped up in a whole bunch of tissue paper. I'm talking like, you know, more than 10 pieces of tissue paper, and then and put in that bubble wrap, and then more tissue paper. And my brother would have been like, "What the HE double hockey sticks?" By the time he was done. But I wouldn't have wanted to get broken because, you know, that's like memories. I think that was that might have been the year that Mama went on her extended vacation, or it might have been the year after that. But yeah, you know, it was like we all remember playing Nintendo together, and also, you know, playing Nintendo with with Mama. Mom isn't. Mom is not a gamer at all. You know, like, I don't understand how there could be somebody who doesn't play some kind of video game, but she doesn't. So, I had breakfast before stream for once. I had 2 pieces of sausage, but I also had 2 pieces of, you know, the circle sausages. Anyway, I had 2 of those, and then I had toast, and I think what what my throat's having a problem with is a crumb from the toast. So, I don't know how many people are watching me right now because it just says hyphen. See if refreshing it helps. No, still says hyphen. Wow. So anyway, I can't tell if anybody's chatting with me. I mean, yeah, I can't tell if anybody's chatting with me today unless you actually chat, you know. So I am sorry about that, but technology is not working the way it's supposed to, and but everyone on YouTube will be able to see it and it'll be all good. So I have been, I don't think no, actually I did it on, yeah, I did it on Twitch also. I'm pretty sure I did. If not, I will make sure that gets done today. I've got in the description below, you know, how to find me on Discord and YouTube and, you know, all that stuff. And then below that, I have 7 links to my 7 books. You know, there's a link for Pirate's Daughter, there's a link for Coral, there's a link for Esperanza's Party. Yeah. Just depends on which book you think, which book you think sounds the most interesting. I am pretty dang bad at, and I think I am pretty dang bad at figuring out what to call a book. But the big highlight in the book was Esperanza's party. We start out the school year in September in that book and have a big problem, like the big drama moment or whatever, where, we have a big drama moment where, a boy at school, Johnny, wants to go out on a date with Ashley, but he's not a very nice person. The best way I could describe him is Dallas Winston in the Outsider's book. He seemed, he didn't seem as rebel without a cause on, he didn't feel like the hood type that got arrested when he was 10 on the movie. I'm sorry. He just, he did a good job, but I think Judd Nelson might have been better on that one. The one that played Bender on The Breakfast Club. I think that's his name. And he might have done better. Because he was being a real jerk on that one, But he's not really hoodie either. You can be the bad boy, but not come off as a hood, But you didn't want to, make it super scary dude either. Like some of those guys on Blue Bloods. If you've ever seen the TV show Blue Bloods with Tom Selleck. And it's got Tom Selleck in it, but as Frank Reagan, but it's also got there's a guy that was on I don't know if it's a lot, but a few episodes at the very least of the TV show Murder, She Wrote. And on that one, he was sounding like an Irish guy. A lot. Because that's what he's supposed to be. Or British, or maybe he was supposed to sound British. But like in one of them, he sounded Irish. So, same guy, but, he's playing the same guy, but, like, he's playing the same guy, but his accent's different. And it never sounded like, Henry on Blue Bloods. So either he's really good at voices, or he lost his accent. Not sure which. Speaking of accents, I found out the other day, and I didn't think about it either. It just didn't click. I like Sorry, Hugh Jackman. I love his accent the way it is when he's Wolverine. Because he's got his real voice, and I love that. That's my favorite. But I realized that I like his voice when he is P.T. Barnum. When he's, The Greatest Showman. I'm okay with that. And that sounds more American. So he is really good at voices, I think, because normally he sounds like he's, I believe he's from Australia. Can't remember. But anyway, he sounds like, normally he sounds, vaguely like that, and then he sounds the way he does in The Greatest Showman, and it's like, wow. So my father-in-law was watching Van Helsing, and I'm like, oh, that doesn't sound so bad. If you didn't know that was Hugh Jackman, that's supposed to sound like Wolverine from the X-Men, you'd be perfectly fine with it. Or if you knew that and you didn't mind. And I thought, that doesn't sound so bad now. I never would watch it before because he didn't sound like Wolverine. Because I like his accent on Wolverine. One of my favorite parts, I don't know why, but one of my favorite parts in, I want to say, the first X-Men movie. Yeah, I want to say the first one. Okay, it's the one where Magneto's using Rogue as a, as a superconductor or something like that. So he can, like he invented a machine that's supposed to suck all the X-Men power out of everybody or something like that. I don't know what the machine was supposed to do, but I think that's what it was supposed to do. Anyway, and then it's gonna go into her because she's got that power that whatever power they have, she's gonna have for say a half an hour to an hour or whatever. She's gonna have it. She's gonna have it for a little while. I always thought that really sucked. You can't grow up and get married and have kids and all that stuff because you can't touch them. I mean, you can't touch your loved one long enough to you can't touch your loved one long enough to make babies with them, and then you can't touch your babies after they're born, I mean, assuming that you can do it that way. Anyway, I always thought that power would be pretty cool, except for the not being able to touch people. Maybe, I think there was a doctor lady. The one that turns into Phoenix later. She's got the telepathic powers like Professor X. Professor X? Professor Xavier? Yeah, Professor Xavier. Anyway, she's got the mind reading powers like he does, but hers are her being able to do it is unstable. Okay, and then Okay. So I think we're almost... Yeah, we are! Yay! We're almost done with this street. And then I guess after... lunch... You know, if there is lunch to eat, I might have cereal instead. But anyway, after lunch, I guess we'll see if this actually works. Well, actually, something on here does not work. Oh, Pookies. And you cannot put redstone on a fence. Yeah. Oh, Pookies. Oh, I can fix that. Never mind. Not that. I was looking at that going, I wonder why it looks so weird. And then I was like, oh, that's why. Got that. Oh, that's how we had it. But I don't have that right now, so that's not gonna work, is it? Yay. Okay, so anyway, this tree's gonna have to come out, unfortunately. I don't like taking out the trees. I went and grew up these trees. You know, it's so funny because, you know, people want to offer me art help because obviously my art isn't good enough no matter what I do, whether I use AI or whether I use something else entirely. It's just not good enough. It kind of upsets me when people say it's not, you know, when people are obviously saying it's not good enough because, you know, I worked hard on that. And, you know, I worked hard on that, and there is no way that that was right. Well, we'll fix that later then. Anyway, you know, like, I worked long and hard on it, and, you know, somebody's obviously saying it's not good enough. Well, that feels like... I may be being way too sensitive on this one, but it feels like they're saying I'm not good enough. And I'm not saying that my decorating skills or my art skills are like off the charts and awesome and everything, and you know they're just being too critical. I'm so not saying that. I actually will tell you I am a really bad artist. One of these days I think I'm gonna go on Discord and like show all of the you know, show all... Wait, yeah, that probably ought to stay there. You know, show how I draw art. I don't see how I'm going to do that, though, because I got to be able to take the picture. Well, yeah, I gotta be able to take the picture, and then somehow I can get it onto my computer, and it's getting really bad though, because there's stuff that we knew how to do on previous computers, and this one is just like, how the do you do that? We really don't know. And then, me and my husband, we really don't have any clue. And then it's like, yeah, let's try that. And then we did that and it worked, but we didn't write it down. So then next time we're like, how do we do that? Yeah. Just becomes a thing. Okay, it's actually driving me crazy. Oh, yay. Well, okay. So, we'll go over here. We'll throw the tree away again. Might help if I first okay. There. Now all of that is done as far as I know. This just needs to be fixed a little bit. I was gonna not take out the sidewalks, and then I realized that I had to. Oh. That's the other thing that we're doing. If we can help it. Keeping that, keeping that from this spot right here, because it touches there, but then the redstone dust is touching this. So we don't want to do that. That seems to be the bane of my existence. Now, there is a spot down one of these roads where there is 2 arrows made as sea lanterns, and if it's still acting up, I am going to ask my husband to please ask his friend Sidran, our friend Sidran, to look at it, because there is no freaking clue. I mean, there's no freaking way that it should be doing what it's doing. It just isn't. Notice that was freaking, not, what I could have said. Oh, pookies. Oh, pookies. Yeah, because this needs to power that. And right now, it's running along the... No, we can't run that underneath. Unless we stop the water. And I don't want to stop the water either. Yeah, we may have to go for a marathon run on this one. Yeah, because we can't put it on the grass here. We may be able to put it on the grass over here. And just hope nobody, especially me, notices. I think I'm going to be looking up most of the time, so it shouldn't be too bad. Okay, so right here. You may be asking, how did I know to go right there at that moment? It has a little bit of a, oh, right there. Okay. It has a little, like when you're looking at it, it, has a little outline. So, okay, right here. Oh, actually right here would be better. Okay. This is such a fun time to have allergies. Not. Yeah, I come from the generation where they thought it was really fun to say, not like that. That I believe started on Wayne's World, or got remembered on Wayne's World, the movie, with Michael Myers and Dana Carvey, and I'm sure there's more people than that, but there was a lot of good actors on that one. Yeah, like that guy. Can't remember what I remember him from besides that, though. Oh, weird. Okay. So, we're going to take this off of here. No! Hopefully there won't be any problems with the redstone. Especially since, we're having to take it way out there like that. Oh, yay. Oh, we're back on the road, but we need that one too, I think. Oh, I don't know. It would help if I used it. There we go. Okay, let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's try this again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, tree. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this. Just taking out the branches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's annoying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, fine, it'll be on the 8th then. 1, 2, 3. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh boy. Yeah, just trim back the branches again. 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yay! Okay, I don't get it. The weren't here very long today. You know what? We messed up. It's okay though. We're gonna get it. I forgot we were moving it to the middle. Just now. Where did I get that from? What the heck? Why the heck? Okay, normally I do not believe in littering. That just felt like littering. But in this case, no. Here we go. Hopefully that didn't set like a timer delay or something. Okay, so I forgot that we were putting this in the middle and didn't even think about it. I haven't even finished this, you know? But this is why we're here. Yeah. When you convince your, when you convince your new friend that you are definitely as poor as you say you are, they tend to stop talking to you. It's like, I am trying to get money just as much as you are trying to get money, and I can't help it. I would love to be able to help people out. Like have friend A build the pirate ship draw the pirate ship, and then have friend B build the backgrounds for stories, and have friend C build do a do some of the artwork for the older books like Hayden's, where we need that scene, but we need it to look like real buildings, We need it to look like real buildings that could be in France, but with my, but with it being my setup. Because the thing is that there's Chatanas, and then down the street from that is a diner. At one point, the most popular thing that was being sold there was donuts, and that's because they had a bakery assistant that was, she's pretty, and she's probably got big enough boobs that the guys are wanting to look at her. He said suddenly donuts are popular again. Yeah, so I don't know what we're gonna do tomorrow. We're probably gonna open up the doors and hope a tempting breeze comes in. If tomorrow's the day that the electricity goes out, have a tempting breeze and all that in there. And just try not to have too much of a problem. So what we're doing is we're transporting this to this. We're transporting this, the redstone to here, and we're putting in the track on top of it, and all that. I could actually do this without the redstone, but I thought it would be faster, and it's definitely easier. One of these days I need to go around and take out this lava. Wait, do I have that? No, I don't. Okay. Anyway, that whole, sidewalk there, the dirt sidewalk, it is lit up by lava. So, oh, Pookies, I bet you, yep. So I was going to, Yeah, I lost what I was saying. But I was gonna do it. I realize I don't need that right now. Most of the stuff is lit up by light blocks anyway. Don't worry that when you watch this, don't worry, there will be no scary mobs or, no, no scary mobs, no creepers, no endermen, no spiders, all that stuff. There'd be none of that. There's actually nothing on this world that I didn't put there myself. And I think the only place that may have something is the mansion. And we will get to the mansion sometime today. Maybe eventually. I say maybe because I don't know. Oh, well, it's 10:22. So I seriously doubt we're getting to the mansion today, but we're going to try. Because I don't know if you can see those trees over there very well on whatever device you're watching this on. Those. That is a mountain. Doesn't look very mountainy from down here, but once you start up, it definitely looks mountainy. And that's not really a word. It is my little world, but it's not really a word. But anyway, it, the one way it looks like a mountain and the other way it doesn't. I'm hoping that we can go over to the right there and find the block that I'm trying to find, because otherwise I have to go in a few different places and hope to God that the coarse dirt that is on either side of this redstone is there. Because I just realized I don't need the, I'll tell you what it's called in a minute, because I don't know. I didn't memorize the names of the bricks. I just, if they work, I'm happy. There. Redstone lamp. That's what it is. Okay, so I'm hoping, because I think the one that's out in town is a second copy. We're gonna go this way. And there's a chest attached to the grand finale that hopefully will have the brick that we're looking for. If not, we are going to replace the redstone lamp with the coarse dirt. Having to look it up the hard way, but hopefully we won't have to do that. Oh, I found a stream from 2 days ago. Okay. Thing is, he goes and walks around Disneyland and he doesn't necessarily go on all of the rides. None of them go on all of the rides. No, of course not. Why would it be here? I mean, seriously, why would it be here? I don't think we need pressure plates either. But we're not looking for that. We're looking for the coarse dirt because we're going to have to... I think it's right there. Yep, coarse dirt. So that's like a third version of that in the world. There might be some in the garage there. Or, a stack. I only play in creative, so really I had to have one of everything. And so far I haven't done the one of everything. Have like 6 of these and 7 of those and stuff like that. So, yeah. Problem is that I want to watch some of the YouTube videos too, but then the problem was that I wasn't able to concentrate because it was a certain person and he's a little loud, but he makes a good video. I don't play the game that he's doing the video on, but still it's worth watching. I like to watch I like to watch Minecraft videos and ones where they're playing Dreamlight Valley. But sometimes I end up laughing because I'm like, it's a serious moment and they're doing it a different way than I did it. So then I start laughing because I'm like, you could have done that so much easier. Or it's not like that most of the time. It's like, oh, yeah, that would have been easier. Why didn't I think of that kind of thing? But, sometimes I start laughing because I'm like, I've already done that. And I'm not being mean and I'm not telling them I've already done that, but it's nice to watch them do whatever they're doing and see how they would have done it. But, sometimes I end up laughing because I'm like, wow, that is taking so long. But one of them I get a little bit upset because he's got 2 or 3 accounts, and if he's doing if he's doing Star Path or the new the quest for getting the new person, what the freaking... Why? Why? It's nowhere near the redstone. Well, not nowhere near. I mean, it's 2 blocks, 3 blocks over. Shouldn't it be lighting up like that? That's exactly what I was talking about. Anyway, that's exactly what I was talking about. That just lit up. There's no reason for it. Down one of these roads over here. See, that's a road. And that's a road. Anyway, down these roads here. That's a road. Down one of the roads, there's a sea lantern arrow pointing in one direction, and then the other arrow is pointing back at it. Is pointing directly at it from the other side. There's no reason for the stupid thing to be doing what it's doing, but it lights up by itself. And if that works, I mean, if that's doing what it... Oh, we're up to 52. I don't understand that. It keeps saying unknown user followed you 3 days ago. And then I'm assuming that the unknown user is either a person and their follow hasn't solidified yet, or that it's, you know, like chatbot kind of thing where it's not a real person. I don't know. You know, I actually don't. That could be. Oh, yeah, that was the problem I was having. If I run it up the middle, then we could run it off at either side. I think. You know, we could have the redstone dust go in here, but the problem is that we need to be able to have it shooting off here. So we're gonna have a problem. So I need to go upstairs. I know it's an inconvenient time because we've got 27 minutes until the stream's done. So that's something I started to say earlier. I'm a little confused because usually, we can hear the maintenance guy and they came in, did something real quick, and then left. Monday's their big mow the lawn day and get the weeds out, and I don't know. Anyway, I will be back. Okay, I am back. Oi. So, I know I've said this before, but it is Sam's birthday today. So, while I was up there, I sang happy birthday to him. Yes, we sing happy birthday to our kitty cats. He's a people too. And he likes it when we sing him happy birthday, I think. He's 11. We've got a 13-year-old cat, Ben, and then we've got Sam, who's 11. We've had him for 10 years. I know I said that. Yeah, I said that earlier because I was saying, that he's 11, but we've had him for, we found him in 2016, or excuse me, he found us in 2016, and, we had been feeding him for a while. Well, he liked the food that we were feeding him, so he's like, I want to live at that house. Well, I don't know if he went over, because he's that kind of smart cat. I don't know if he went over and said, hey, Tank, chase me, because I want to go to that house. Or if he was, really just, Tank got out and scared the HE double hockey sticks out of him, chasing him. I don't know what happened, but it sounded like the neighbors falling down with groceries, like canned goods and all that stuff. And I was really worried. So I was like, honey, you need to check on the neighbor. Well, it wasn't the neighbor falling down with groceries, because we lived on the second floor at the time. It wasn't the neighbor falling down with groceries. He goes in, opens up the door, comes in this black, this black cat comes in, but all we saw was a black streak at the time. And, I think we had to, get him to come out by using food. But, yeah, the next day, Nevada Humane Society has a capture and release program, and we made it clear to them that he was not going to let us release him. So the capture and release thing means that you found a stray cat usually it's a stray cat. You found a stray cat out on the street, and of course we've got way too many cats out on the streets. And so you're supposed to go and pick up the cat. They neuter or spay the cat, depending on whether it's a boy or a girl. And then you're supposed to release them, and then they can't make kittens anymore. And it's supposed to be like a way to regulate the population of cats. Well, I came up with, I was watching Bob Barker one time. He's not Let's Make a Deal. He's Price is Right. I'm pretty sure it's Price is Right. So he was Price is Right, and he's saying, don't forget to spay and neuter your pets. Well, if you spay and neuter all of your pets, I'm just saying, if you spay and neuter all of your pets, there won't be any pets anymore. You know, if you spay and neuter all your cats and dogs, there won't be any anymore. And do we want that? A life without cats and dogs? No. I mean, we're already struggling because there's, you know, tigers out there that are an endangered species. That means that, you know, if there's no more of that tiger, it's going to be like the dodo. Everybody knows that there was a dodo, but they've never seen one because there aren't any anymore. Apparently stopping off on Dodo Island was like stopping off at KFC or McDonald's or something like that. You know, the dodo was, you know, really good for food. Apparently, according to, well, I should say according to one of the YouTube videos I watched, that, you know, they'd go to that island and they didn't know about, they didn't know about, you know, endangered species and all that, so they ended up eating all of the dodos when they'd go by. You know, they'd go by the island on their ship, and then they'd dock for the night or whatever. So they could. It's called dock for the night when they stop to, you know, so they're not sailing tired. It's called dock for the night. In this case, whether there's a dock or not, because they probably stopped more like, you know how Barbossa did it in the Mermaid one, where the ship is actually out there and you brought rowboats into the, I mean, you know, you brought, you sailed in rowboats to go on, you know, I mean, to get to shore. And that is the way that you do it at, on Esperanza's Island. That's the way you do it on Esperanza's Island because, you know, because the ship is so big that if it came any closer to the island, it would get stuck. And I don't know if it's one of those things where it would get stuck and fall over, or if it would just get stuck and you have to have, you know, like the whole entire team of guys on the ship, plus the natives on the island. I just went with the idea of, you know, the kind of cliche idea of, you know, most islands have some kind of natives. So, so the thing is that in my stories, you know, it's not just the sailing and the epic battle with the other ships and all that. It's also it's also you know, like family stuff, you know, like oh, like I started to say earlier. Okay, that's what I was trying to say. So one of the things is that really, yeah. Anyway, one of the things is that Sean and Ashley are best friends. and they don't realize it, but they like each other like that. You know, they want to date. They want to maybe, you know, get married one of these days. But they don't know it yet. So part of Esperanza's party is them realizing that. So at the beginning of the story, they've just gotten out of history class, and Ashley is totally bored stupid from history class. I didn't like history class, so I gave Ashley all of my things that I didn't like in school, like algebra. I don't understand algebra. I really don't. And you know, I really don't like algebra. I don't get it. I don't understand why we need letters instead of numbers, and fractions. I mean, I understand you like a fourth, a half, 3/4, and a whole. That's all I really need. Unless I'm cooking, and then, you know, you got a measuring cup for that kind of thing where it says put in 2/3 cup water. Or if I discovered that if you fill up the 16.9 ounce bottle of water almost all the way full, not all the way full, but if you do it almost all the way full, then it's just right for my rice recipe. You know, I'm pretty good at eyeballing how much water I need in a recipe, or how much margarine I need, because I don't the rice-a-roni doesn't make up very well for me with butter. I have to do it with margarine. And I know there's some people that there's a big difference, you know. Like on Matilda, they specifically Roald Dahl must have liked butter over margarine, or maybe he was okay with margarine. I don't know, but first of all, they call it margarine. Yeah, it's called margarine. But first of all, they call it margarine. But, you know, like he made this big deal in Matilda about how she has to have, I'm going to call it margarine. Anyway, how she has to have margarine instead of butter, you know, and Matilda's used to having, you know, Matilda's used to having butter and jam and jelly and, you know, whatever else her parents had. And anyway, so they made this big deal out of it. Okay, that works. But I'm still not understanding why this was lit up a minute ago. Well, it was over a minute ago, but anyway, I don't understand. So I was kind of thinking that if we put this here on the mountain, if we put this here and here, that we could run the I mean, we have it here and here, but it's not working very well because the redstone dust is running up here. Anyway, we're gonna have to figure it out. Oh, no, what I was gonna do is put it in the middle and see if we could, yeah, I'd like want to put it in the middle and then see if we can, work it right, or would we have to take out trees, and really on the mountain you cannot take out trees. And it's not just because the TRPA and Tahoe would get you, you know. This one household, they built a you know, like a back porch or a back patio, something like that. They owned one of the places in Tahoe, but the TRPA said, like, I don't know if they got, like, building permit or whatever, but anyway, the TRPA got really mad at them and told them that they had to take it out. And my husband was saying that he thought that maybe it was because somebody from the TRPA had gotten, you know, had wanted to put. Oh, that's what it was. And part of it was that the TRPA guy, he was able to put up his patio porch, whatever it was, and the regular citizen person wasn't allowed to. And that's not fair. You know, that's not right. You can't just say, okay, I'm an organization, so I can do what I want and put up a patio, and then the other person get denied. You know, that's not right. Of course, the politics over there weren't very good anyway. At the time we lived there, just saying. Okay, anyway, so my husband's always going, you know, it's a holiday, take a day off. And I'm like, I can't do that. You know, I'm trying to get this, okay, so I'm trying to get the book done by my birthday. Wait, so that's done, and this was done. Oh, I am so confused. Or is this the one that I just did? I don't know. Okay, let's run this up as far as we can. Yeah, because the whole thing is that we're trying to get it away from, you know, the redstone dust, away from the thing. Anyway, yeah, the guys were trying to help me last week, and some things cropped up, like all of a sudden there weren't the, what's this called again? Detector rail. There weren't the detector rails that there were before and stuff, and I don't know what happened, but anyway, they weren't there, and I know that they were there before, so it just did not make a whole lot of sense that all of a sudden they were gone just because the guys came on, you know? So I don't know if they're like messing with me or what, but yeah, they were missing. I'm only mentioning it because I keep finding ones that are gone, but that's because I took, you know, that's because I put the road in the middle. Oh, maybe that's why. But I didn't start this putting the road in the middle thing until later, I think. I don't know. Either way, they're in there now. No big deal. You know, it's one of those things where I'm not really mad because it's just one little thing, and it's probably because if I moved the road into the middle like I've been doing, that's probably what happened. now that I think about it. So, anyway, I am going to work on my story as soon as I get off here. And I'm going to... Which, I'm so close, I may just, keep going. I don't know. I don't know. And why would you start a project on a Tuesday? Now that I'm thinking about it. Because today's the 25th. Why would you start on a Tuesday? Why wouldn't you start it on a Monday? Oh, because it's, yeah, I forgot. Because it's a holiday. Memorial Day. It's one of the, it's one of the holidays that, not everybody shuts down for, though. Like, if you try to go bank today, you're probably not going to get too far. Because it's definitely going to be a bank holiday. But if you need to go to Walmart for some reason, it's going to be open. Well, Walmart closes down for 2 very special occasions, Christmas and Thanksgiving. Or would that be Thanksgiving and Christmas? Well, I guess we're going to have to do this. So I'm trying to keep the colors the way that I had them in the first place. Oh, it's 71. No wonder it's hot in here. Yesterday, I left to turn on the air conditioner for late because, we don't have that much money at the moment. And, I didn't want the bill to go hideous quite yet. And, don't want the bill to go summer prices until later. But it was super hot, so I waited until like 2 or something like that and finally turned on the air conditioner. Before that, I was like, it is so hot in here. But, I think it's one of those things where my husband got so used to not having air conditioners in other places that he kind of forgot how nice it feels. But our air conditioner is so good that, you get cold after a while, so. And I just leave it on because it's like, I don't want to be sitting here sweating. There. Okay, so I had it on this. I could have sworn I had it on this. There we go. Oh, so it's 11:02. Okay. So anyway, I've said about my books. And like I said, they're on Amazon. There will be links in the description below, as well as how to find me on YouTube and Twitch and Discord and whatever else is on that list. I probably need to put a link to my Facebook, to my Facebook, but for specifically the books, the part with the books. That would be so cool. And, like if I put a link on there to my books page on my Facebook, and I might have to recruit my sister, so I might have to recruit my sister to get me the link, but they're going to be moving soon. They are moving from California to South Dakota. And it's like, whoa! That's going to be a huge difference, and they're going to have snow, and she says that they're going to have snow there. But the best part is that my brother-in-law is going to have a job that hopefully won't hurt his back. So that will be awesome. And my brother says that it's very fun working at a jail. So I know it was very so it was very comforting. It was very comforting to find out a little tidbit of information. While we were down there for Grandma's birthday, we happened to be watching TV, waiting for the party to start or something like that. I don't know why we were watching that particular thing on TV, but we were watching it, and it turns out that some guy broke into somebody's house, and it's like the wife and I want to say daughter. I think they said daughter. Were home, and the husband was out. And I don't remember what weapon the husband had, but the wife locked them in their bedroom or something like that. The wife locked the wife and daughter in the master bed, like in the master bedroom, something like that. And somehow the husband got alerted. I want to say that the ring, the ring doorbell thing, alerted that there was a bad guy going into the house, and we don't know where the husband was at the time, but he came into the house, and he got a baseball bat or a knife or something, and I don't remember. Me and my bad memory, but he got some kind of weapon, and he held it on the guy, and like he got the guy. Because the guy had like broken into the house, like somebody else had lived there before, and he was trying to find that person. And maybe they, maybe they were a couple at one point in time, and they weren't a couple anymore. I don't know. He was kind of talking like that, and anyway. So I made mention of it, and my brother's like, "Oh yeah, we've got him," or "He's with us," something like that. And I'm like, "Oh, okay." It made me happy because I didn't have to worry about people in the greater Fairfield area maybe getting hurt by this guy. So it made me very, very happy that I had somebody in the working in the jail for once. I used to kind of get upset at the people working in the jail because it's like my uncle, okay, when he was younger, he wasn't as responsible as maybe he should have been, but it was mostly just driving without a license, and he didn't necessarily drive the safest. I'm not saying like street race, but well, okay, and like we're going down. We're trying to go to Lake Berryessa, and you're driving faster than you really should on a curvy mountain road. Yeah, just little stuff like that. Nobody was gonna get hurt. There's no like hairpin turns on it, and it probably wasn't a mountain. It was probably more of a hill, but taller than a taller than the hill on Little House on the Prairie. But anyway, it was little stuff like that, and it seemed like they were targeting him, so I was upset at them at the time. But that was a long time ago. Or like the one time we were in Reno, and this cop had no lights and sirens on his cop car, but he chose to go, and I'm trying to make a right onto the road, and yeah, I was tired, but that's not the point here. He sped up so he could pass me, and then he goes and has the audacity to pull me over. I don't think so. If we would have known that we could do that, we probably would have turned him in. We do that here, though. My husband like has a direct text to the right person that can get the person in trouble if they do stuff like that. Because if they are speeding for any reason, and he was way down the road. I did forget to say that part. He was way down the street, and then all of a sudden he's like right there. So anyway, needless to say, my husband ended up driving the rest of the way home. But I did not appreciate that. He goes in and tries to say that I was like trying to hit him on purpose or something, and it's like, no. He was way down the road, and then my husband had like the audacity to tell me that, oh no, he was a lot closer. No, he wasn't. He was way down the road. Like if he would have been on our street, he would have been down by the gas station. Actually, it'd probably been further than that. But I do admit I have a little bit of a night blindness, and I definitely have a depth perception issue. I am totally safe to drive because I've worked my brain around that. Part of my depth perception issue is just that we don't always have the newest car. In fact, I don't think we've ever had a brand new car. But yeah, we've never had a brand new car. One of our cars is a 1966 Plymouth Belvedere 2. And I believe Plymouth is no longer a thing or got eaten up by Chrysler, Dodge, something like that. I don't exactly know the whole story, but I know that they're like not really a thing anymore. So anyway, but you know, I think the newest car that we've ever had is the one that we have now, and it's a 2013, 2014, something like that. I don't know. I just know it's really cool because it's got the hydraulic lift thing. So, you know, like a bus. So it goes down for short people, and then comes back up for driving. Okay. I don't know why, but okay, so it goes and plays the video that I told it to play. And then it always goes back to 1 month ago. Same person, same kind of video, goes back to 1 month ago. I am so confused. But at least it does it. So, like I said, I'm going to get off here in a little bit. Oh, if you're watching me on Twitch right now, please follow and chat. If you're watching me on YouTube right now, please like, share, comment, subscribe, notification bell, and please get those valid public watch hours up. Hold on. Where's Ben? Hey! Where's Ben? Do you actually physically see him? Yeah. Okay. Because that day that you shut Sam in the room, Ben was meowing frantically, Mom, 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 Mom. I was going, what? And he wasn't. That's not the point. I just don't want to be yelling in people's ears. Yeah, I do, because you're all the way up there. Yes. That's not true. Anyway, whatever. Okay. If you're watching me on YouTube, please like, share, comment, subscribe, notification bell. Please get those valid public watch hours up. We need 3,000 valid public watch hours, and we're at 1,231. So you're doing really good so far. Just please keep up the good work. And please buy my books. One of these days, we're going to have Fillmore Wondershare back. And I'll be able to come up with, like, some really excellent commercials, and hopefully. And, you know, it'll be like those ones that they do on, you know, they'll give you a little piece of the story and really make you want to listen to it. I know those ones are specifically for adults, but I can't think what they're called either. I keep wanting to call them seascapes, and that's not it, because that's a specifically the ones I'm thinking of are like, say, a fishbowl, and you make it look like the ocean, and you know, the glass fishbowl. Anyway, you make it look like the ocean with, like, you know, real shells and sand and all that stuff. Oh, I can't think of. Oh, whispers, like whispers. I don't actually listen to those, but they sound really cool. But anyway, they were having them as a commercial for a while there, and it's like I want to listen to the rest of that. But on the other hand, it sounded like it was going to be very adult too. So not too bad for me, but like if you're trying to get it for your kid for his birthday or her birthday, maybe not. Oh, and not a paid advertisement for them at all whatsoever, but there are some YouTube channels out there that do stories. They're like a Star Wars story, but and it sounds professional and everything. It's like a Star Wars story, but they like made it up off the top of their head. Or like the guy yesterday, he took 3 of the real Star Wars stories that are already written and everything, and did it more like a news report. Like so instead of having Leia, turn to Han Solo and go, "I love you," and he goes, "I know." Instead of having that, they just told the story, like from a news report kind of point of view. And it was still entertaining, though. Some of the words I didn't understand. Yeah, that's another thing about my books, is I try to keep big words out of it. Because I don't understand the big word, and I'm thinking, what if my aunt tries to read this book? Is she going to be able to understand it? And I go, no. Is that high school student who has a C or a B average going to understand this? No. So I try to think of any word that would fit in that spot better than that word. I'll go on, I'll go on my word program and press the button to get the synonyms, which is a same but different word. Sometimes. Don't always trust Google on that, because like one time I was looking for a synonym for something, and it came up with a whole bunch of things that were totally not it. Wish I remembered exactly what it was, because it was off the wall. It was like, I know what this word is. I was just trying to see if there was something that I could use better than what was there, and no. Okay. Because it was like, I don't know, it was like a synonym for happy, and it was saying, sad, melancholy, upset, stuff like that. And it's like, no. I don't know. Usually I know a really good word for whatever I'm trying to write, but sometimes I'm like stuck because I'm like, I don't want to use that again. Like the other day, I was looking for a synonym for quickly, and I found swiftly and some others, and I'm like, oh no, because they just didn't fit as good as quickly. Yeah. And I was like, oh no, but it sounds really bad with just quickly in there. Because it was like, in pretty much rapid succession, it was quickly, quickly, quickly. And I'm like, okay, that doesn't work. So I ended up changing one of them to swiftly and one of them to fastly or something like that. And it sounded a hay of a lot better. So I don't know how many authors actually share all their, tips and tricks, but I try to, just in case you want to try writing a book one these days. I write fictional books, so I don't do as much research as maybe somebody else does, but I do enough research to make it sound like I know what I'm talking about. Only problem is that, okay, in America, you used to be able to get your license at 16. Now you get what's called a provisional license. It means you can get your butt to work and school, but you can't take anybody with you. There's a very good reason for that. Because, the only occasion I can remember that, actually shows why it's a really good reason is because, one year, and I think at least one of them was unalived from this incident, they decided, okay, I'm going to call her out for this. I'm sorry. But Mrs. Bauer, who a lot of the students did not like, she was having her house built out in out somewhere. She said like exactly what road it was, and that she was the house at the end of the road and all that. And that is the stupidest dang thing you could ever do. That would be like me telling you exactly where my house is, Most of the time it's going to be an okay thing, but stranger danger for one, and for two, you don't want to let people that you don't actually know where your house is, because you don't know what they're going to do. Now, these boys, I think it was a group of boys, were only intending to go and egg her house. No big deal, whatever. But while they were driving back down the road, and she was saying this like, yay, it happened that way, yay. And this is the reason why she was telling us this too. But like on the way back, they lost control somehow, and they crashed. And like I said, one or two of them were unalived after that, and the other one I think had to go to the hospital. So, but she was saying this like, yay, instead of like, instead of being, upset about it, she was saying it like they got what they deserved, And I may never forget that. She sounds like an evil, vindictive person, But, there's still hope for her, so, like, I hope she made it through COVID, and I have no idea if she did or not. I know one... Well, she wasn't a teacher. She was a secretary person. I know one person that was there at school when we were there that didn't make it, but she, passed away a long time ago. I don't know all the details, but her and her husband were not, like when you meet them, and you're dating, and then you love them so much that you get married, and so you're still having fun. Yeah, they weren't having fun anymore. something bad happened. So anyway, that was just freaky because it's like, why isn't she here? And then I got told that, and it was like, oh, that's not good. And I don't know if they brought in another secretary for, that was a secretary for the band. I don't know if they brought in a new one or not. I just thought of that. Well, anyway, so I'm pretty happy because I got another chapter done. I just gotta, oh no, I did piece it together this morning. Duh. Okay. Anyway, I just gotta, yeah, and I put it in my thing and everything. Oh yeah, that's what prompted me doing the, okay. So I've got, chapter 17 that I'm gonna be working on today. And then I gotta go back up to chapter 45 because I guess I forgot to turn it into an audio because I didn't see it on there. It just goes from 44 to 46. And I'm like, okay. So I must have forgotten to, download it into an audio. That happens every once in a while, and it's a very short chapter, so I don't have to worry too much about it. It's not going to be fun, but redoing stuff that I already did. It's not going to necessarily be fun, but I'll have the satisfaction of it's done when I'm done with it. Yeah, I just used done like 600 times. Anyway, so apparently we're going till noon today. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to get down, on stream, preferably, I would like to get down to the mountain. The mountain's over there on our left right now, but the entrance to going up it. I want to get to that on stream, and then I'm going to go and, if I haven't done it already, I'm going to work on from that spot to the fireworks display and the next town over, which is that way, get that all done, taken care of, and then I'm going to work on the mountain. I'm probably going to have a more expert person than me to, I'm going to have a more expert person than me to, hold on. 2, 3, 4. There we go. Okay. I'm going to have a more expert person than me, help me work on that because I don't get it at the moment. Okay. Explain this. Left side's lit. Right side, nothing. They're both attached to that detector rail over there. There ain't no reason. I fixed it by putting in repeaters over here. For now. Oh, and that's the other thing. And it better not be lit up when I get back. Over here. Honey, look. Hello? What? Trying to explain. Look, this goes the same way that everything else goes, except for that it goes up and it goes around the trees and stuff, and then it goes to here. And this was all lit up.
I don't know. You get 20 billion repeaters there.
Yeah, because that's the only way that it works. It doesn't go off if you do 15 like you're supposed to.
Maybe that's part of it, though?
No.
Too many?
He said it was just fine. It's just it's not working correctly. Anyway, so I wanted to show him that was that was lit up, but it wasn't lit up this time. Yeah, we have all sorts of problems here. Anyway, I want to get to that one spot over there so I can oops. I want to get to that one spot over there so I can stop streaming long enough to find something to eat. I mean, I had breakfast, like I said. I'm probably going to have cereal because I had my peanut butter toast already. Don't want to have it again, Not because it isn't good, but because supposed to be like you have 2 pieces of bread every day. And for a while there, my stomach wasn't having bread. It was like, get that away from me. But it turned out it was a gallbladder problem, so it was all good after it got taken out. I didn't know that, I didn't know that I was going to get it too. It's like, my dad told me that my Aunt Susie had, we're really, really close. Okay. That she had gallstones. Nobody said anything about, gallbladder issues. So, yeah, nobody said anything about gallbladder issues. Until my aunt told me, while we were down for the birthday party, and I was like, oh, and then it was like, nice you all to tell me. Because, apparently Aunt Ruby had to have her gallbladder taken out. Aunt Susie had to have hers taken out. And Grandma. So it's like, oh, gee, thanks for telling me. That's exactly how I said it, too. I was kind of thinking that it'd be fun to go to Six Flags. If we can't go all the way down to Disneyland, it would be kind of nice to go to Six Flags. But, I'm super afraid of heights. And, my husband is too. I don't know if you'd call it super with him, but, he can't go up to the top of the ladder. He does not like it. And certain places, Walmart, didn't understand that, they don't care about their workers. They're just like, get up the ladder and do what I told you to do, or at least they were at the time. And it's like, I don't do ladders. I actually had a couple of times where I thought I was going to fall off that ladder. Because they, what they do is they had carts, and the cart was attached to the ladder. But even though the safety was on old Betsy, that stupid thing was trying to roll anyway. yeah, they don't get the best equipment, and then they wonder why people are trying to, sue them, yell at them, they quit, but they really seem to be of the mind, if you don't want to work for us, then we'll get somebody who does. Okay, so we're almost there. I am very, very happy we're almost there. I just wanted to get to, I didn't know it at the time, but I just want to get to the base of the mountain. That's what they call it, the base of the mountain. It means the bottom. And then we can work on this a little bit later after I've gotten as much stuff as I can do today. But I do need to do some... What's this? Wait. Okay. I do need to do a few other things because, like I said, they said that our electricity will be out from a certain day to another certain day, and I mean, it's going to be out from 7 to 4 on those days. So, oh, great. Oh, great. Yep, okay. Oops. See, that's what I was trying to show you, though. It's lit up by lava. Looks really nice. You don't have to worry about it being dark at all. But, okay. So, you don't have to worry about it being lit up at all. I mean, dark at all. Yeah. Good if you say things correctly. Anyway, you don't have to worry about it being dark at all. And it looks really nice. And you're kind of wondering where the light come from. And, I'm thinking that if you're around your friends, you might be able to prank them going, it's an evil spirit or something, I don't remember who came up with that originally, but I was like, this is a great idea. I think somebody besides me came up with it. Anyway, it lights up everything and looks great. Okay, so... Yeah, I ran out of stuff to talk about. Oh, okay, so the part of the story that I'm working on right now is they have they were going to a Halloween dance. So they went and so we had the chapter where they went and took a bunch of pictures at home, everybody's costume, and then ow. Then my husband sneezed. No, I'm kidding. Then they went to the dance, and at the dance they had a small problem because one of the Okay, so it's only 4. That works. Or is it only 3? That's 3. What? Oh, okay. So what's the other color? Cyan, green, white. Okay. I did different colors than I thought I did. Okay, fine. That's good. I need to come back with a dirt block, but, other than that, we're good. So we keep smelling very, very vaguely. Not, like super smell or anything like that, but we keep vaguely smelling a skunk outside, and I didn't know that we had skunks in Nevada. I mean, I guess, skunks are kind of everywhere, but I didn't know that we had them. Okay, so we're gonna have to... Yeah, because, right there... But the problem is that we're gonna have to move it over one. Over here. Okay, so we started with orange. Then we went to white. Okay, so it's orange, white, orange, white, orange, white. Orange, white, orange, white, orange. Excuse me. I know we can't afford it, but it'd be really nice to be able to buy one of those buckets of Legos that, just has a little bit of everything in it for the next few days. Like, I like the Legos that don't actually make something. Something specific, because that's somebody else's imagination. I wanted to go and, build my story mansion in Legos. But the problem is I have, all different kinds of Lego colors. I got pink and light blue and regular blue and red and, a whole bunch of different colors. Okay. Oh, need to finish this. Yep. Don't you hate it when that happens?
Yeah.
Okay, we're talking about 2 different games here. But when you're expecting your, in this case, redstone to work, or what are you building?
Underwater base.
He's building an underwater base, and the what wasn't connected?
Corridor.
The corridor wasn't connected to anything. There's say the living room over there, and then there's nothing, and then there's the kitchen. I don't know if that's even what he was building, but you get what I mean. So I'm like, don't you just hate that when that happens? Because, like, you know, I was getting mad on a few of these, and I'm like, oh, that's because the redstone's not there. Makes sense, yeah. You know, totally made sense why it wasn't working. Yeah. Oh, dang it! I am convinced that my brain thinks right and left are the same thing. So just in case you're new watching this video, that cough that I'm having is an allergy cough. And I may start taking my allergy medicine to see if I can make it go away. I don't want to have to take it though. Because then you gotta remember to take it, and then when you don't, your body's like, hey, you're supposed to take your medicine. You know, I'm sensitive about getting, you know, about taking medicine, when you need it versus when you don't need it. So, like, I want to make sure that, I'm really having allergy symptoms and not something else going wrong with me. But anyway, you'd be able to tell if I was sick. I will tell you, and B, hopefully I won't get sick. But A, I'll tell you, and B, you'll definitely be able to tell the difference. Oh, there's 7. That's why. Okay. So, we need 2 more pieces over here. Oh wait, I need that. You know what? It would probably help to do it the way that makes more sense. Over here, I definitely don't need light, but that was smart. Okay. Okay. It would help if I put that in instead. Wrong thing. Right thing. Wrong thing, right thing, wrong thing. Or, no, you want to end up with right thing. Oh, wait. cyan, green, blue, light blue, lime, purple. Huh? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, I've already set it up this way. There. And then now, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, okay, fine. Like I said, I'll have to come around and, redo some of that, or just say the heck with it. It's got to be done by July 4th. And if I do that, it's going to not work, Okay, what I gotta do is I gotta just say, okay, if this isn't working, it's a dud, and be okay with that. But I pride myself on having no duds. The dud is the one that it went up, but it didn't go boom, Or sometimes it goes up in the air like it's gonna go. And then, like, partway up, it just goes, you know what? I don't want to explode anyway, so it just goes straight back down. It loses momentum partway up and just goes right back down again. Those ones you have to be careful of. I'm pretty sure, one of the fireworks displays I saw, they were having a little bit of trouble. I want to say it was on Travis Air Force Base, unfortunately. But, they're having a little bit of trouble because, some of the, I think, like, some of the fireworks just, were, like, so happy to be in the show that they decided to go off before they were asked to. So they got the fire engine over there and took care of it, and, I don't know why the fire engine wasn't right there, but I remember them having to drive it over there, and then it was, it was fine, but and fun fact for you that the place where you learn how to set off fireworks, can't remember if it was in the desert in California or if it was the desert in Nevada. I want to say it was in Nevada because I was, like, so happy that that one of my YouTube families that I watch, not the whole family, but Chris from Park Pass, he was in my state. It was like, oh wow, he's in my state. So I was, like, all excited about that. I still think that this needs another firework in here somewhere. But how am I going to fit it? Because look, the road literally goes down this way on both sides. This one I could make fudge room because I could take these signs out. That's probably what I'll do. right here I've got fudge room where I can take this out, and I really like those signs though. But anyway, I can take that out and run the redstone over here. But then, well, first of all, it's gonna look stupid, but I mean, I'm not gonna like how it looks. But other than that, I can do that, and I probably will. But over here, way over here, there we go. Over here, you don't have that fudge room. I mean, you have the sidewalk, but you don't really have that fudge room. Yeah, where you can put it in and not have to worry about it. Unless you run it in the parking lot. I guess we could run it in the parking lot, but yeah.
Oh, look, a sidecar. Okay.
What is it? A submarine?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's interesting.
I couldn't do that. They definitely have, you know. Yeah, I guess we could do that. Run it through the parking lot instead. Hmm. The only problem that we'd have is over here, but we can extend the parking lot down here and make it all good. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. We'll run it up the middle of the road over there, and then we'll run it up the middle of the parking lot here. Yeah, that'll do. It wasn't what I envisioned, but it works. You gotta come in, and you come in this way and then go that way. Well, anyway, we will finish these ideas here. Oh, the only thing wrong with my idea here is that it should actually go there, but I don't want to. The idea is to not take out too much of the ambiance. There. Yeah, that's how we'll do it. We'll run the one side up the grass, and then, yeah. It'll have to do. That's all. So, yeah, this is, my cat Sam's 11th birthday. And we don't actually know that he was born on May 25th, but that's when we celebrate it. I'm starting to think that maybe he was born earlier in the month, but I don't have any clue. You know what? That's not going to hurt anything, but there you go. But in here, unless I take out this bottom row of trees and, this row of trees, but then there's less trees. There's supposed to be trees. Not dying!
What do you want? No.
It's one of those stupid death insurance people.
Bam.
It's not life insurance, because if it was life insurance, you'd be able to, save up you'd be able to save up the money and then use it for a trip to Disneyland or when your roof caves in, fix it or something. But no, you have to die to get that money, so it's death insurance. That's all there is to it. It's death insurance. Anyway. Oh, now it's 12:03. I've got to end this. So I want to run this up the middle of the road, though. Just so everybody knows. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm probably going to at least get chips or something. I don't know. Kind of don't have that much food in the house. So we lucked out because he had a coupon to get a free pizza. Night before last. And we had a deal for a half off pizza. So we splurged a little and got the half off pizza also. And so we were able to, well, I guess it's here because I'm not going to be able to figure that out. I mean, the only thing I could think of to do is have it run up here and then shoot off here, but that doesn't make sense. It needs to be in the middle because otherwise you hit the trees. And then the fireworks aren't so fun. See, it still says stopping for breakfast because the day that I put this up, it was stopping for breakfast. There we go. Oh, I was gonna run this. No. I was gonna. Okay, that there. And then I'm gonna run this.
That's not what I asked you to connect to.
Here. 1, 2, 3. Here. Here. Wait. Okay, if I put it there. One and two. Two. Yeah. And then this would all get run on this side. Something like that. Actually, it might be better to run it here. Yeah, I think we'll run it here. I don't know. I'm making up stuff off the top of my head. Yeah, but I do need to end this, and because this is so fun, and I need to do this, I need to finish this before July 4th. Because of all that, I haven't stopped it. But yesterday I went crazy and played like 600 games, it seems like. It's not really 600, but it was a lot of Clue. Because suddenly I'm like, oh, well, I need to finish Plum. So I finished Plum. I finished Mustard, Green, and Scarlet. And then I was working on Plum. And it's like all the same stuff, but just with that character. So you gotta make a suggestion 15 times. Well, that's easy. The game's nothing but suggestions. You go from the ballroom to the conservatory and you say it's Colonel Mustard with the candlestick in the conservatory, That's what the game's all about. Oh, no, wait. That's what the game's all about, is doing that. So, anyway, I went and ran that. I have run that through with Mustard several times. And then, I didn't realize that there was, goals to do until all of a sudden I got one of them and I was like, oh. So anyway, then I started doing them with, Mustard, and then I finally figured out how to be Scarlet, how to get a DLC to go with it, but, it's a 2016 Suspects pack. Makes it to where you can, play as Scarlet. And then, something else I got let me play as Green. If you're wondering why I'm not calling them Professor Green or whatever, it's because they've got different names. Oh, that kind of sucks. That really sucks, actually. Okay, so we'll just bring this to here, and we will figure it out later. We'll take it to there. It's probably gonna go around the, like A, it's gonna go around the light pole. B, it's gonna go around the sidewalk, and then we're gonna have to take 2 of the pieces of the sidewalk out, and or 4 or whatever it is. I'll have to take a number of sidewalk pieces out and do it that way. But like I said, I'm gonna try to get something to eat, even though we don't have much food. The pizza's the pizza's awesome because we get 2. Was it medium?
Medium pizzas, yes.
Yeah, we get 2 medium pizzas, and so we got pizza for, like, say Tuesday night, and then we've got leftover pizza for Wednesday night. Yeah, so it's really awesome. We try not to get pizza too much though, because for some reason my stomach has declared war on mozzarella cheese. Just mozzarella cheese so far. It's like, oh, your American cheese? Yeah, you can come in. Your cheddar cheese? Oh, yeah, you can come in. If it's mozzarella, it's like, oh, hey, no. For, like, recent events, I guess it would be like my stomach's, my, well, like my stomach's, Kuwait and the cheese is Iraq, and we're like, oh, heck no. And fighting back. Or like more recently, because that was that was back in Desert Storm, like the 90s. Or like more recently, it would be like the cheese is Russia, and I'm not picking on Russia at all. I'm just saying, it'd be like the cheese is Russia, and my stomach is Ukraine. I'm not picking on either one of them. Promise. But I realized my analogy was out of date. My how to explain it was out of date. See, and then now it's... But it's got it on both sides, so that makes sense. But we're going to fix it, so that's going to make even more sense. Where the redstone brick and no tracks is the spot that we're going to have it. And then this one, oh yeah, this one's all screwy too. Yay. Oh, no. There we go. No, okay. So yeah, I think I'll end it now. So I've said about my books, please buy them. I think you will very much enjoy them. I'm not very good at promoting them. Unless I'm unless I'm working on that part of the story, and then I tell you about it while I'm doing Minecraft or whatever I'm doing at the time, I'll go and tell you about it. And, you can tell which ones I'm like really, really, really passionate about and which ones I'm not. And, cause like right now, I was started to tell you about that and stopped. So they went to the dance, and like I said, Sean had to go and rescue Ashley, and he did. And then, and he didn't punch the guy or anything like that. He just, his sword was what they called tied down. You've got a thing to where you have to untie it to get it out of that scabbard, which is the black, usually a black thing that is holding the, it's kind of like the holder for the quiver of arrows, with Robin Hood, or, an archer. It's kind of like that, but it's black. It's at, it's, it pretty much runs the length of your leg, and and holds the sword, so you don't get stabbed by it while you're walking. Anyway, he went and untied it, so he held the sword up and he told the guy to back off, basically. I don't remember exactly what he said, me and my memory, but he told him to back off, and then they got an hour-long timeout. So we don't know what happened to the other, we don't know what happened to Kevin. Kevin's the one that was trying to get the kiss that Ashley wasn't willing to give right there on the dance floor. And we don't know what happened to him. But yeah, I should have written that into the script probably. I mean, in the book. I don't write plays, I write, books, so. But anyway, I should have written that into the book, what happened to Kevin. But I didn't, so, anyway, after the timeout, they, came back, they danced for, however long it was, and then after, at midnight, the teacher announces who the winner was, for the costume, the best costume, who the winners were, the girls' division and the guys' division. They don't call, I didn't call it that. I just, I remembered back when in school, like, you have, this person won for all the girls, and then this one won for all the guys. Because there's, like, certain things that, they thought girls should be able to do better, like baking and sewing, maybe, and, which is a really good reason why they put, the basketball player baking creme brulee into High School Musical. Anyway, but it was thought that, girly stuff girls should be better at, and then guy stuff like basketball and football and stuff, but there's girls out there that are like, that's not just a guy sport, that's a girl sport too. I know somebody who wanted to actually play with the guys, on the football team, because she had like 6 brothers, or I don't know if I said the right number or not, but she had a lot of brothers. And then, like, I think they were the I want to say they were the youngest. And, it was literally, boy, 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 and then twin girls. But unlike Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen, you could actually tell them apart. I mean, you might... Oh, man, I broke it. Yeah. Oh, okay. So I can move this and it'll be okay. Well, it was probably better to move that anyway. Well, I'll keep that like that for now. Well, apparently I have decided to annoy you guys all by going longer. See, but the problem is I could put that there, and it works and everything, but that is just not what we're going to do. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to go back over there, and then I will definitely end the stream. If I can get past the... It's purple! That would be so kind of funny if, like, Jeff Foxworthy was watching this, maybe with his kids or grandkids. I don't know if he has grandkids. But if he's, like, watching it with his kids or grandkids, and he's like, hey, she remembered that. Awesome! Or maybe it'd be like, did I really sound like that when I said that? Hopefully he'll be like, oh, she remembered. Well, I used to have it on, I had downloaded it from something. Anyway, I had it on an external hard drive. So, we had a whole bunch of stuff on there. And one of the things was, they were talking about Texas or Arkansas or, some state over there. Could have been Louisiana, Georgia, I don't know. But anyway, some state over there. And, they said, I think he was saying, I don't know if any of you know where this is, but, then he was saying that, he sees some members of the audience, looking at him like, oh yeah, we know where that is. We've seen it on the map. It's purple. But he goes, it's purple. Anyway, it's one of my favorite parts of the whole thing, so haven't gotten to listen to it in a long time, because like I said, I had it on an external hard drive, and the external hard drive either was in storage or it's the broken one that's around here somewhere. I don't know. But, yeah. So, yeah, we're going to try to finish this today. Going to try to finish chapter 17 today. And get 45 back on track. And then start on 47. I think 47's like 7 pages, 7.5 pages, something like that. So I may be annoyed as as annoyed as anything tomorrow morning. I don't know. Or I may not be here because, they turned the electricity off. I don't know. 'Cause it could be that they're going to you know, it could be that they are going to turn ours off first, because like when you drive onto our street or the first building, you know, it could be that, or that they're going to turn ours off first and, you know, the rest of the week's just fine. Or it could be that it's going to be off from that time for all 4 buildings. I don't know. I will let you know when I get back, or if I can somehow. I don't like to use my phone when. I really don't like to use my phone when the electricity's out, because, you know, you never know when you're gonna have an emergency. I may have to call up my husband and say, hey, the cat just, you know, swallowed some chemicals. We gotta go to the kitty doctor. You know. That hasn't happened yet, thank God, but there's a first time for everything. Our cats aren't always as smart as they pretend to be. They're really smart. They're just, you know, sometimes smart cats are stupid. I don't know if that makes any sense to you, but it does to me. Sometimes smart cats are stupid.
Ours are just smart Alex.
And ours are smart Alex, so. What? Why? Hold on. Let me finish this. Let me fix this. Okay, the words were let me fix this. Not let me put down the same stuff I had before and hope it looks different. Oh, that's why this, but I don't know why that. So anyway, now it's fixed. It's all good. Okay, and we're gonna run that way. Yeah. Okay. So, I don't know what we're going to do to fix this mess, but hopefully it'll be fixed by the time we get all back together, and I will see you in the next stream or video.